Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Clearwater, Minnesota for the Preserve Championship presented by Simon Line. Competitors will take on the Black Bear course today, and our current conditions are showing us 54 degrees, humidity at 87%. The wind is up from yesterday at 10 miles per hour and coming out of a different direction, now coming out of the east. I'm going to take a look at our current DGPT world standings, where Holland Hanley sits atop the leaderboard, Missy Gannon behind her, and Kristen Lett sits 206 points behind our leader in Holland. Good chance we'll see some of that shake up, because next week after this event, we're going to head to our second major of the year. That is the United States Women's Disc Golf Championship taking place in Manitowoc, Wisconsin. You can watch it for free right here on the Disc Golf Network if you're a PDGA member. So head on over there, make sure you are current with your PDGA membership, get it all linked up so that you can watch all week long. And your defending United States Women's Champ and Preserve defending champ, Missy Gannon, go out there and head on out to Play DGPT Daily Fantasy. Get up to a $1,000 deposit match right now. All of that on nextbets.com/playdgpt. Hannah Wynn has a birdie look on hole number 9.
Yeah.
Count it. She shouldn't be so surprised. What a beautiful start there. She's 4 under on the front 9. A great circle 2 connection. We're going to roll the Zuka replay. She's been playing great golf all year. She shouldn't be that shocked, right, Val?
Yeah, she is dialing it in early in the season, and now we're getting to the meat of the tour, and I can't wait to see what Hannah does for the rest of the year.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome into the booth. Terry Miller, joined alongside 4-time world champ and Hall of Famer and Val Jenkins. We just saw it. Hannah Wynn right now out on top, sitting at 4 under. We saw the conditions yesterday in Clearwater. It's rainy. It's going to be kind of a rough go here probably today, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's going to be sluggish. We talk about this course being a course where throwers can really score. You can really shoot well on this course, but the conditions being difficult, it's going to make players think more about their grip, their footing. There's going to be a lot more thinking involved today.
Well, and they're going to be thinking about some of the new changes that we're seeing from last year. We all know that Simon came out here a few months ago to walk around the property with Kale, and we're seeing them on screen right now that we're not playing hole number 5. Also an extension to hole number 6 to make it a par 4. We're splitting up hole 10. You just saw Hannah putting on the new 9th. And then we're going to have a few AB pins on both hole 3 and 16. So Hannah's heading to the new tee here on 10.
I think this is one of the best changes on the course, because this is where the course really started to slow down once the players hit that middle part of the course. It was just this long par 5, and now it's broken up into 2 holes.
Katrina Allen, who got her start in Minnesota disc golf, finding her on hole number 1.
Yeah, and Katrina, I remember her telling a story of joining some friends. She played disc golf casually, but joined some friends to spectate at the Minnesota Majestic. Didn't really know that it was a professional arena or a sport. And then she said, all right, I could get good at this. And a competitive player and an athlete all around. We'll see what she's become.
Going on to claim 2 world titles and be one of the best in the game. Rebecca Cox. inside the circle with her birdie look on hole number 1. Kristen Lett has not finished off the podium in 2025. She's hoping to continue that this weekend.
We are here with Simon line, Neutron Balance, the first mid-range in the Simon line. If I had to compare it to an MVP disc, I would say a reactor that feels a bit more like a hex, but flies slightly more overstable than a reactor. This is a disc that could really handle anything. Windy days, forehand and backhand. I will get aces with this, I don't doubt that. The Simon line Balance, available now.
I'm Jason, and I'm the marketing and promotions manager for Zig Outdoor, and this is the Transit Cart. One of the unique features with the Transit Cart is the ability to load discs from the top. All of my discs are right there, readily accessible. Another great feature of the Transit Cart is the extra storage space down below, and the telescoping handle can fit to any height that I might need. The Transit Cart is a great option for people who are looking for additional storage, ease of use, and accessibility.
Already know.
The Preserve Championships are presented by Simon Line. No limits. And just a few days ago, the LA Open concluded. And it was a great battle that came down to Kristen and Silva. And some crucial moments that you're seeing here. Hole 6 was a big one, and just when it looked like Kristen was going to gain a stroke or two on Silva on the 14th, Kristen would go on to 3-putt and lose a stroke, and an opportunity to catch up on the 16th. When it was all said and done, Silva was able to walk away champion. She has fallen short to Kristen a number of times in some very heartbreaking moments. Kristen finishes second for the second time this year. She has yet to finish off of the podium, though, at any tournament.
There's nothing that fired me up more than losing a tournament. and just to
All
see
right,
the heartbreak
everybody,
from
welcome
Kristen,
to the Preserve
sure that's gonna
Championship
inspire her.
presented by Simon Line. Thanks for joining us this morning. We're about to send off our 9:40 tee time. First up on the box from Texas, please welcome Holland Handley. Next up from Arkansas, let's hear it for Kat Murch. Next up from Idaho, make some noise for Sarah Holcomb. And from Estonia, please give a warm welcome to Kristen Lott.
Only mistake you cannot make is to go short and left, and that's what we saw by Holcomb. Everyone else will have something to work with, and we're blessed to have Grant Zellner on the ground, and right now he's going to catch up with one Holland Hanley.
Well, Holland, the story of the weekend, whether we want it to be or not, are going to be the physical conditions, the wet, the cold, now the wind. But I want to ask you about the mental gymnastics of having to go from playing in normal May and June weather, and now all of a sudden early March breaks out. What's that like for you?
I mean, it's pretty typical for this part of the country. It's what I grew up in down in Texas, so we're pretty used to it. But yeah, it just meant that I had to dig out the warm raincoat.
Now, some players fight the conditions. Some players just let the conditions happen and deal with it. Which will you be this week?
Definitely just deal with it. I mean, you can't make the wind do a specific thing. You're going to have some bad footing. You're going to have some slips. My slip count's already at 1 for the tee pad back there. So, just understand it's going to mess with everybody, and it really becomes more of a contest of, how well can you just not let it bother you.
Looks like we're already ready to throw. Best of luck this week.
Thank you.
Good insight from Holland Hanley. Thank you very much, Grant. Hannah Wynn approaching to the new green on 10. She'll have that left for the par.
We've seen a lot of hat accessories this season. I need to zoom in up there on Sarah's hat. What is that, a little octopus? What is that? Maybe it's helping her judge what the wind is doing as you see it.
I was just assuming she was going down to the Mississippi to do some fishing later, and it was some kind of fishing lure.
After going OB, she just has to go for the placement shot. Just too far back to even attempt to go over that second part of OB.
This is Hannah Wynn for her par. Yeah. Yes. Keeping it clean. Remains 4 under through 10. She's your current leader.
2 great putts to start off the broadcast. Keep it going, Hannah.
And Cadence Burge is on a tear to get started. She's already 3 under through 4 holes. Chantel Badinsky also off to a really good start.
That is just a spectator rope that we see Kat throwing over. And she's not risking going over the OB. There's OB in that ditch that she landed just short of.
Hole 11. And she clears the wall. Hannah Wynn looking for another birdie on the 11th. Take another look as this is our 1-shot replay.
I just love this angle. She doesn't even really bring those trees on the right into play. It's riding that hyzer line the whole way. Distance is perfect. Height is great. There wasn't much to worry about for her. And that's not going to be worrying much about the putt either.
You can use code DGPT for 25% off your order at oneshotenergy.com.
It's just too high out of Holland's hand. Drifts outside circle 1. It might be on the edge of circle 2, actually, on the left side. Nicely done from Kristen. With the wind blowing as intense on hole 1, it's a tricky shot.
Ashley Mua for birdie. Oh, and at one point she was a co-leader in hole number 7. Comes out to get her. She takes an 11. Trinity Bryant was in for birdie there. Now Hannah Wynn making hole 11 look easy. In fact, I believe everyone on that card did pick up the birdie, so nice work on the 11th. Holcomb throwing her 4th on hole 1.
Still some work left to do as it drops down around circle's edge. You're looking to land around that sand trap, hopefully not in the sand trap. And Hannah just bombed that. I think she's past the ideal landing zone.
Yeah, looked to be a little wide right from ideal, but seems like she's got all the tools so far today. We'll see what she can do with it as Murch approaches.
Some of my favorite discs in my bag are the A-Series discs. They're the ones I lean on to get close to the basket. These are torque-resistant discs, provide a consistent fade at the end of the flight. The best way to find your flight is to get out and use these discs yourself.
Just a layup from Hanley. See the low ceiling stopping her from being too aggressive. Holcomb. Wow. She'll escape with bogey. She didn't throw too many good shots on that hole except for the long putt from circle 2.
That was it's a crazy start for the round, but a great finish, an awesome jump putt under some low branches way outside the circle.
Let for birdie.
The wind is definitely going to be a factor on the putting green today. Although it looks much more calm around the basket than it did on the fairway. It's always a tough thing to actually rely on the wind to do what you expect it to do. It always lets you down.
Defending champ Missy Gannon. You see an extra bag there, I believe, just stuffed full of towels. And you want to make sure you have plenty along today.
Especially if you have a caddy. Just load them up. Hole 2 is the same as we've seen in previous years. Down the gauntlet.
And
Wow.
just like that.
That's
Not
one of
a-
the best shots we've seen in years. It is tough to hit that shot so purely.
Not the intended line, but it'll still work out and give her a putt. Holcomb is in the middle of the fairway, but short, and then circle 2.
I was interested to see which line Sarah was going to take, because this backhand hyzer line is just how this hole sets up. We see Holland throwing and riding that right side tree line, and then the disc just fades back to the pin.
Seeing Haley King currently sitting in a tie for 5th, and Just someone that has not been at a lot of the events this year. And so seeing Haley back in the Midwest, maybe not too much of a surprise. She'll be back in her home state of Wisconsin next weekend for the USWDGC as well,
where she took down the title the last time that U.S. Women's was held in Wisconsin.
Over there in Madison. Win with her second.
Beautiful.
It's a bit deceiving. It looks like the basket's just right there, but it's another 80 feet past where she landed.
Great approach by Murch. And Missy Gannon, your defending champion, tees off after the break.
Bend the reality of what a disc can be and discover Ultra Soft plastic. With its extreme flexibility and tackiness, Ultra Soft has the best grip and flex of any plastic Prodigy has ever made. Take on cold or wet weather with confidence behind every shot. We are excited to add 300 Ultra Soft to the lineup, which joins 400 and 500 Ultra Soft. Check out the entire collection today on ProdigyDisc.com or your local retailer.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that teabag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
The defending champion, Silva Saarinen!
Silva becoming a scarier player to play against each year. If someone has the touch, could very well be Silva. Silva Saarinen from Circle 2. Pretty solid pace as she pushes for the lead.
She's done it! The winner of All Open 2025, Silva Saarinen!
Does it concern you how much Infinite Discs uses your likeness in their marketing?
No, not at all. First off, the Alpaca is an amazing putter.
Right.
And Alpacas don't miss shot. I might get Proctor. And Infinite Discs is a great company. They have like 100,000 discs in stock, so their selection and prices are incredible. So I'm not concerned about being associated with them. I'll tell you what does concern me though.
What?
The rise of AI.
Oh yeah, that's scary stuff.
AI is everywhere and also like so hard to tell it was real. I was not.
Hannah Wynn with her third, and that should secure another par. Keeping it clean thus far. A solid putt for Kristen.
She made that look so effortless.
Hanley on the board with a birdie on 2. I think double digits is certainly obtainable, even in these rough conditions.
And I think with the course changes, I think it's allowed more potential to score.
We are about to send off our 10 a.m. tee time. First up on the box from New York, please welcome Missy Gannon. Next up, let's hear it for Minnesota's own Raven Klein. From Finland, please give a warm welcome to Silva Saarinen. And from California, let's hear it for Owen Scoggins.
Owen flirting with the left side out of bounds, but she is safe as we head to 3 with Kristen.
That's outside the bullseye.
Our leader, Hannah Wynn, on 13.
Wow. Nice. That was nice to fade just in front of that large tree on the right side. But she's going to have a long putt for birdie.
And that stands up beautifully. Hanley looking for her second birdie. And a dangerous look for Mua. We know that leads right to the Mississippi River. That's something that Wynn will have to think about in a moment as well when she gets ready to go. Next, Klein. Keeping it on this side of the creek.
Got close to the only OB on that tee shot to deal with. And it really makes the angle so much tighter on this left side. You'd much rather have your drive finish over to the right. Even in the middle of the fairway, you'll have a better angle. And it's blind here for Own. She'll likely be aiming toward where those people are standing. There's a tree that's just to the right of the pin. All of that tall grass and those trees, that's all OB. And Own not even thinking about it.
Flat for birdie. And Hannah not risking it. So early in the tournament, Hannah just trying to keep things clean, and you have to wonder if the previous putt just in front of her maybe even, you know, convinced her that's what she needed to do. And Missy throwing her second. We saw some shots coming in. Grant, was there any confusion about order of play? What was happening?
Well, you had Silva on the extreme right of the fairway, Own over near the OB on the left. We're pretty far apart, and it's pretty quiet out here. Not a lot of energy at the moment. I just don't think they looked over at each other before both threw at practically the same time. No big deal. I'm not even sure if they noticed that they did it.
All right, so just as you were thinking, we saw Own essentially laying up, but then a disc comes in onto the green side of the basket, and I didn't know what kind of time warp we were in, but it's because there was two different people throwing at the exact same time.
Thank goodness. I was questioning myself. I mean, I've had my 2 cups of coffee. I feel like I'm awake, but that just threw me for a loop.
Cat missed from short range on hole 1. And not a problem here. So she'll erase the bogey and back to even par. And now Own throwing her third over to the green. Shouldn't be a problem to pick up the par. And what a drive by Hanley. Back-to-back birdies on 2 and 3. And when I was talking about the start earlier by Cadence Burge, I said she was 3 for 4. She's 3 for 5 now, but she got all of the first 3 holes for birdie. 2 and 3 being very scoreable here today for our top competitors.
I feel like this course really has a good mix of the open shots and the technical shots in the woods. You have to hit your line. It really forces you to throw a lot of different angles. Makes you land in certain landing zones to attack par 4s and 5s.
This is one of the maybe most nerve-wracking tee shots, and you see that Hannah had no problem with it whatsoever. Center cut fairway.
It's good to have the crowd out there give you the reaction of where your disc landed.
Gannon not able to convert from circle 2. No surprise there. Silva connects.
It's just so impressive and professional to see that both Kristen and Silva came prepared with full-on winter gloves to travel, to live out of a suitcase and still be prepared for all types of conditions. I know it's late spring, early summer, but when you hit the Midwest on the tour, you're expecting hot, humid conditions. It is cold out there this morning.
If we look back just a couple of years ago, we were pushing over 100 degrees at this tournament, this very specific tournament. And now today, low 60s, cold, windy, rainy. Clean approach for Let.
This tree seems to get in the way of that perfect landing zone. Holland hits the line but leaves it low. 5 feet to the left or right on her drive, and she would have given that much more aggressive run.
And it has seemed relatively dry out there, but Grant, are we seeing umbrellas come up for the first time?
Yeah, there are some sprinkles beginning to fall. It had been dry for about, an hour or so leading up to the situation. As long as it stays light like this, I don't think it'll be a big deal. Off the tee, Silva. Silva into the shadow of the basket, skips to about 15 feet or so from this elevated pin. Really nice shot from Silva. She's dialed in. She's comfortable with the chilly conditions. In a way, maybe more so than a few of the other players. I've seen some players looking a little bit tight to start their rounds. Just because it's cold, I have no doubt that they'll warm up. It's not that chilly out here, but it's substantial enough to notice. Missy off the tee now. Makes the Mando, which is the hard part, and she'll have a putt just a few feet beyond Silva. As a matter of fact, trickles just outside of circle one. So she'll have a chance to try another putt from some length after missing on the first. Another shot airborne coming into the green complex here. And out to about 40 to 45 feet. I believe that was Raven, and now Owen stepping up to the tee. Big pull for Owen. And a perfect result. Pin high, just out to players left. Might have a little bit of obstruction from a pretty wide trunked tree over there. But all in all, 4 really good shots. Everybody made the Mando. And warming up nicely. I see the umbrellas out, so sprinkles might be getting a little heavier, but standing in the canopy of the trees, not feeling a drop.
Kristen now from long range on 4. He's outside of circle 2 and hits the pole koozie. Nearly 75 feet. But she'll have a tap in par. Win with her second.
You're all right.
She's pushed it to the right.
No!
Might have stayed out of bounds. Looks like it might be one of the few mistakes that Win has made today. Hanley as well hits the pole koozie from long range.
Evan should have a good look at the pin, although we don't. So it should be a clean shot. There's always something to get that rhythm to putt to an elevated basket early in the round. You have to adjust the height of your release and the extension of your arm. Really solid putt there from Missy. And even the timing of your putt as you have to release it even higher than normal, it could really throw you off on an elevated pin.
Scoggins not able to convert on the birdie look. Silva for birdie. And just barely enough to get over the rim. And she'll pick up her second birdie.
It's a huge throw to on your second here on 14 to get up to the pin. So very unfortunate to see Hannah leave it out wide and bring that OB into play. And still, this is short.
Yeah, she's going to be looking at that putt from deep in circle one and then have nothing but air behind it. A big drop off as it slopes down. We're taking a look at hole number 3, Val.
Yeah, hole number 3, we're playing to the A position. As you see on the course map, there's 2 positions of where the basket will be placed this year. We'll see that B position tomorrow, but the A position, the players with a right-handed backhand throw can throw a nice hyzer, but you want to make sure that the height is under control. Leave it a little bit lower than normal because you do have a slope off to the left if you're hyzering too much or hit the ground with too much skip.
And our flyovers are brought to us by Zenni, which is eyewear for everyone, and fans can use the code DGPT for 10% off your order.
Line was missed there for Silva. Now almost bringing an OB line into play. That is way down at the bottom of the hill outside circle 2 where you can find the OB, but she does land safe. Missy goes with the more direct line. For me, that could always be tough to judge the distance, but Missy was able to get plenty of power. Heading toward that B position, park job.
Yeah, she has thrown over to the right side of the fairway. She'll still have a look, but she is definitely closer to the pin position we'll see tomorrow. That comes in at the same distance, but to the right. And Owen just looking for that to eventually skip and fade back to the pin. As we said, dangerous for Hannah Wynn. This is for bogey. Oh, and what a solid bid, but she comes up just short. And just like that, Cadence Burge will jump out in front as your new leader. Cadence at 4 under through 6. Hannah with the double bogey will fall back to 3 under.
And the fact that we're seeing so many players under par already so early in the round, it's likely they're going to keep pushing Hannah down a bit unless she can hold on in these last few holes. So much scoring potential out here.
Yeah, holes 2 and 3 played as the first and third easiest holes on the course. So when you're seeing players 2 under through 3 holes, that's because they're taking advantage of those back-to-back early in the round. A couple of them that you got to get. Hole 11 is actually playing as the second easiest hole on the course today. The one Hannah just bogeyed, hole 14, doubled. Toughest hole on the course. So if you're going to double bogey a hole, might as well be one where everyone else is going to struggle as well, probably.
Silva almost putted the same time as Raven. Steps away, giggles, lets Raven putt first.
It looks like it would have, in fact, been Silva's turn. She seems to be farther away from the basket than what Raven was.
That would have been the stupidest. Oh my. I can't believe you caught yourself. How did you know?
Unable to clean up for par. Missy will pick up her second birdie of the round. Hanley on the 5th.
Treacherous par 5. I want to try and land in the fairway as much as possible, and with a little tree love, Holland's in a great spot.
Oh my God. I knew it.
Brutal. A brutal way to start this hole. Does dogleg off to the right as you head. We could see that spotter in red way down there. Basically following the road off to the right. Good spot for Kristen.
Great news! UPlay and the PDGA share a mission to provide education and support for healthier lifestyles through the sport of disc golf. By joining the PDGA, your membership dollars are directly at work for these amazing programs, introducing and producing disc golf players all over the world. Support our programs by joining the PDGA or donating here.
The disc you throw the most on the course is your putter. The Pixel makes putting so effortless, which is exactly what I wanted from this disc, that I can just put it on the line and then just let the disc slow float to the chains. It has a nice deep flight plate, very straight, very glidey thrower. For me, always, the more a putter beats in, the more magic it has inside, so hit those chains.
And here we are on hole number 4. We're going to take a look at our birdie zone, which you see outlined in yellow. Good place to get to, just to set up for that second shot. And so that's the birdie zone, and it's sponsored by Birdie Pro. And I don't understand why they advertise a board game when the whole world is going digital. At least they offer free shipping during the tournament. I think that qualifies as being in the birdie zone. More aggressive line coming from Raven, and it's not going to pay off. She's pulled it inside.
We saw Owen get a little bit of turn on the disc, but overall it's just a straight flight from where it landed, and that's going to be a great spot to get to the corner.
And speaking of corners, Kristen trying to bend around this dog leg, as you called it, that moves from left to right. It's basically you're playing down one tunnel, you make the turn, and then you go down another tunnel. That's what we're seeing here on 5, and a good skip. Center fairway for Hanley.
You just keep aiming for that spotter and you'll be in the good spot. Should be just short of the bottleneck as you get into the woods. So still in position to save the par.
And Raven Klein has the second most wins in Minnesota. Katie Pinkman, who we talked about yesterday, has 23 wins. I'd like to see Katie Pinkman out here playing in one of our DGPT events. That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Yeah,
I
I
you
remember.
played with her many years ago.
Yeah, she was always fun to play against, especially in the Midwest, but she did some traveling as well. Played the amateur ranks and pro with Katie.
And we're taking a look at who's won here at the Preserve, the event that popped up in our return from the COVID break that we were on. And that's when we came out here and we saw Missy Gannon. We've seen a little bit more variety on the FPO side as opposed to Ricky Wysocki on the MPO side, who has managed to take this down 3 out of 5 years. Pierce, a 2-time winner.
And Paige will always put up a battle. So if she didn't win, she was in second or third. She was always battling for the title. And she's been playing really well this season.
Good second shot from Scoggins. Finds the tunnel. This is a par 5 for the FPO field. Kristen, an opportunity to get up and down and collect the birdie. Not straight enough. Sort of a long look. Right around the edge of the circle still for birdie.
I'm just scanning through the field and I don't see Paige's name. Paige is not here this weekend. She's still hanging out in Bonnaroo? Or what music festival is she at this week?
That is, I believe, exactly where she's at. And she'll be making the trip up to the United States Women's Disc Golf Championship. As we watch Silva hit right side tree that kicks her to the left of the fairway. Not taking advantage of the position she put herself in with a good tee shot.
Again, there's that tree coming into play. It's the last tree, the farthest tree on the corner. And Missy is just squared up right behind it. But I think having just a little more distance than what we saw from Holland, I think Missy can get that angle with a flip up hyzer.
Just as you called for, Val.
Yeah, that was great. It's a scary shot as you're running up to land behind your disc. You're trying to bring it as close to that tree as possible on that hyzer line. You don't want the last thought in your head to be, don't hit that tree, because you're certainly going to square it up.
Hanley with her third in just prime position. Is she throwing for eagle? She'll have to settle for a bullseye hit. Should be a birdie for Hanley.
Looks like some awkward footing for Raven. So going with the standstill. She'll have a long look to save her par.
Saw the double bogey on 14 by Hannah, but came back. It's a bounce back for her to get the birdie on the 15th. She's back to 4 under. See if she can finish strong. She was one of the earliest cards that went out this morning, so I'm sure she's ready to get in and hopefully avoid any more rain that might come. And Cadence Burge, your co-leader at 4 under.
She just picked up a birdie on hole 6, and she's putting for birdie on hole 7 as well.
An awkward stance doesn't affect Silva too much. Chance Wants to save par from directly behind the pin. She'll have an open look.
We might see, well, I'm already seeing more talkative Silva today. She's got a chatty caddy on the bag with Joey Tamale. Might bring out some more emotions from Silva.
Kristen for birdie. And a great putt. She still converts from circle 2, covering up the errant approach shot. Just enough chain on the left side to then bring it in. She didn't look overly thrilled with it, but I'm guessing she was a little frustrated with her previous throw. Either way, she'll walk away with birdie. No putting required to tap in for a birdie. And Cadence will take the outright lead.
Are there 3 redheads on that card? That is a beautiful hair on that card. And a beautiful putt from Raven. What a save.
Gonna roll the Zuka replay, take another look. And really, I feel like par was the best possible outcome for her after that tee shot. She had to work hard for it, but she escapes with a 4. Silva for par. Three gingers on a card on Friday the 13th. There's something that might be in the air. I'm not sure, Val.
Can't wait to see.
Gannon now with a turkey.
Do we have to go to 3?
Yeah. Oh, he goes quick. That's a TD. He's not bad.
They both.
For you to go that way? I don't.
Colin Hanley now 3 under. It's along with walk to the 5th. We'll see you there.
At Pound, the quality of our gear runs deeper than the stitching. That's why we make everything right here in the US, employing highly skilled, well-paid professionals. From bomb-proof Cordura fabric to YKK zippers and recycled plastics, we source the highest quality US materials to make the most comfortable, durable pack in disc golf. Our lifetime warranty stays with the pack, not the purchaser. So regardless of how you find us, we will be here to make sure your pack stays on the course and out of the landfill. Pound's integrity is held together with more than just thread.
Putter Pouch Sling, one of my favorite new products.
Holds all my putters, my cell phone,
Pencils, mini, anything you need.
You can detach it, put a sling on it, use it as a little hit pack when you hit the pitch and putt. 3 discs, throw it over your shoulder, off you go.
Inside or outside the court, let's go.
Putter Pouch Sling. Keep your favorite discs on a quick draw.
I haven't owned an electric guitar ever, so now I'm like extra double stoked.
And now I need an amp.
Hey everyone, Gannon Burr here, and I want to invite you to compete in the Power Disc Golf Academy Championship Series. This is the only professional and amateur nationwide disc golf series, and everyone is welcome to compete. Qualifier events will be held in cities across North America. If you place high enough at a qualifier event, you'll earn the invitation to compete in our championship event at Eagles Crossing Disc Golf Course. Scan this QR code for dates and locations of the qualifying events. We hope to see you there.
From now until the Preserve Championship final round, place an order of $25 or more at the DGPT Pro Shop and pick if Gannon Burr or Anthony Barella will shoot the hotter round on Sunday. Also win a DGPT gift card worth 100% of your order value. Make your prediction now and shop at dgpt.link/cheers in order to be eligible.
It's a 50% chance to win. That's good odds.
I like it.
Another birdie opportunity. Under 300 feet. But you gotta hit this line, and this looks great from Cadence. Oh, she gets a flare skip off the path, but birdie still there. See if those low branches come into play. New hole 6. In previous years, this was a birdie opportunity, but we didn't see a ton. That Mando tree was always there, and it's just a tough line to hit. This year, the players still want to throw like they're playing the old pin, but it's extended into a par 4. So another drive from where they're landing.
And now we're on 5, where we also saw a little bit of a change here. Grant, what can you tell us about the adjustments to hole 5?
I just love the way Simon described what he wanted in his vision for this hole. He called the changes adding something of a fairway bunker. That describes strategy, not necessarily what's here. By clearing out the backside of the elbow here, he created a section of trees that players have to choose definitively if they want to go inside the trees or outside the trees. If they don't make the throw, they'll be amongst the trees and have to deal with that on their second shot. It's a really, really smart and subtle tweak that I think makes a big difference in how players will play this hole.
Great insight, Grant, as we're watching Raven. Skip off to the left side.
And this has been a troublesome hole for the players to play. It's difficult. It's a long par 5, but it always caused a lot of backups because it is so technical. We saw what happened from Kat Merch. She hit first available, so she had to struggle her way through this hole. So it can really slow down the round if the players aren't hitting the shot. So it's nice to see them open it up a little bit, clear a little bit more of a landing zone, and hopefully make speed of play a little bit quicker this year.
Merch went on to bogey after hitting one of those first availables. She ended up taking a 6. And a win, sitting in second place on the tee of 18. And she's safe off the tee to our leader. And a long putt. Cadence, no problem from circle 2. She collects her 6th birdie in 8 holes.
Very serious look on her face. She is ready to go to work. Keep it going.
center of the fairway. What a shot.
Wasn't one of them. She's playing next week.
Great control. As we know, if you go too long, you're going to find the woods on the backside. Short means you don't make the turn, and you could find the woods on the short right side. Somehow, Silva with just the right amount of speed to be in the center of the fairway. Cut, roll, or skip didn't do her any favors after what looked like a good approach shot.
The shot shapes from right to left. And that worked out pretty good for Holland, going with that sidearm. Misses it. Really inside gap that Kristen's going to try and hit. Yikes. Big kick off to the right.
She's going to need something miraculous to get up and down and save par from there.
Over there by Own. Might have to rely on a similar shot. Stretched outside arm.
Yeah, I think you might get the same power. Or...
No, I'm not going to try to hit somebody faster than that.
Yeah. Okay, when you cut to like in.
It's kind of where I want.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I really just thought like I wouldn't have enough to do that. Okay.
That branch was in her back swing. It's going to sting a bit, but a great shot. That's going to help it feel better real quick. That worked out really great for Missy. Makes it around the corner and have a short approach to the pin.
It's like Missy's maybe even impressed herself. Seems to be very happy.
No. You don't need to get all the way to get the line. I don't think so, no. I don't think so. Too many close stuff. I think you can hit this gap. Get the right line.
So, caddy conversation with Own and her husband. And that'll be workable for Own. As you said, Val, it'll be another forehand coming from Raven. She have the angle to set up for birdie. Not too much angle. That one's going to cut roll off to the right side. Should be able to see the basket, but likely a par coming for Raven Klein. And after Kristen had thrown to the left side, or got that kick, I should say, she had to pitch to here. So now looking to get up and down and save bogey. She needs to clear that tree, which should set her up. And just deep of the pin. So she'll have that left for bogey, which would be the first blemish on her scorecard.
Yank from Silva. I feel like that shot just sets up so nicely for her throwing style. Just dead center. You know, we see her throw those shots all the time.
You really have to take advantage. When she was in the position she was after 2 perfect shots, to have that lined up and then not be able to execute and get up and down, that one's going to frustrate her. Burge, T of 9. She'll need a long throw in if she wants to pick up the birdie there.
Skips herself into the circle over on the left side. Wow, yeah, Misty got way up there. This is her 3rd throw. A little floaty, but it has the distance.
Should be relatively close to Silva, except doing it in 1 less throw.
Up by the basket. Yep, and then there's a blue one. Cool. Good luck. Zip it in there. Hit whatever link you're looking at.
This is deep circle too. It may even be slightly outside of the blue whiskers. Yeah, it looks like it is. So close to 70, 75 feet.
Perfect.
And Raven in position to pick up a par. Kristen for bogey. There have been very few over par holes out of any of the women in the top 10. Bogeys and double bogeys have been very rare. We saw, of course, the one from Wynn, but that is the only time we've seen anyone in the top 5 go over par on a hole. Silva saves the par.
I'm thinking, hold your breath.
Yes,
Silva's got a big putt.
I knew she wouldn't make me look dumb. I do that plenty on my own. She wasn't going to help. Not quite as precise as normal for Owen Scoggins today. She's had a few missed opportunities.
And Owen has so much power and spin behind her putt. So when she misses, it's going to be a big miss. So this is a long comeback putt for par. And it looks like that tree's in her way.
The birdie look turns into bogey for Scoggins. Birdie cleanup for Gannon. That is Missy's 4th birdie in a row. She'll move into a tie for second. Holland in for the par. Back with Cadence. You see the whisker for circle 2 on the back side of it. So about 65, almost 65 feet for her. It's just going to be a layup. Hannah Wynn trying to close out. She's on 18, throwing her 4th. Hoping to get up and down and walk away with par. And she comes up short side, and we'll have that left for her par to close out. Hannah sitting at 4 under.
Yeah.
Pretty helpful.
That's the answer. It is both. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
I don't know what activity to say.
The truth, hopefully.
It's like a strong headwind on the tee of 10. OB left and right. So this requires a very controlled drive and a flat landing. You don't want to flare skip. Or a spike down. Gotta get down quick. That's a great spot for Cadence. And the more distance you have,
I think it was the jump.
makes it easier to try and get up to the pin in this new placement.
Hannah with some work to do to close out with a par. Oh, and you saw what the wind did there. Lifting it up and over. It's going to be a bogey finish, most likely, for Hannah Wynn. If so, she'll fall to 3 under. That's where Holland Hanley sits through 6 holes, excuse me.
There was never a doubt that that was going to finish off to the left for Holland. That's going to be a good position for Missy. We saw Kristen and Holland land about 20, 30 feet farther to the left, and they really got pinched off on their second shot. So anything flying nice and straight at about 300 feet, you're going to be in a really nice spot. Sullivan missed the line there, but it flies straight. I think that was a helpful kick from the tree. Keeps her in the short grass.
After we've seen them tee off, we're going to take a look at hole number 6, which is playing almost a half stroke over par, Val. A very difficult hole.
Yeah, and this hole has changed from the par 3 into a par 4. We have that Mando tree that forces players to keep their discs over to the left. but you do want to just go inside of that Mando tree to get that hyzer flight. Landing around here is a great spot. We see players trying to push it over to the left as much as possible, but it can make this second shot challenging. You have to avoid that tree we just passed, and then this cedar tree that is specifically left just to create an obstacle for the players down this chute. So you have to choose inside that tree or outside. I think outside is the best shot. Gives you a lot more space to bring a hyzer out to the right. And then if you're lined up with the pin, you're going to have an open look. If you throw anything long, you're going to have some guardian trees in the way of your putt.
And as we're on 6, I'm looking at the stats to see that the gauntlet that is 4, 5, 6, and 7, those 4 holes play as 4 of the most difficult holes on the entire course. So it's a matter of just really maintaining through this section of the course. If you can pick up a birdie, great. But even if you played all 4 of these holes for par, you're going to be picking up strokes on the rest of the division.
That was a very low release from Kristen, but it gets over.
What looked like a pure line gets knocked down at the very end. Oh, it looks so good. I thought she absolutely nailed it.
Silva throws right at the tree. Maybe on the edge of the rough on the left.
There have only been 4 birdies on hole 6 today. Hole 7 has only seen 2 birdies thus far.
I think that might have gone OB. I know that the tall grass is marked OB on that entire hole. It's not just the water. So we'll see.
If this doesn't make the corner, it could be in trouble. Instead, it cuts through. I was worried about it getting hung up inside those trees, and it somehow filters all the way through, and she'll have a look. Hannah to close out. A little bit of a slow finish there, but ultimately shoots 3 under for her opening round today.
Gives her something to clean up for tomorrow's round. Overall, I think a very solid start to the week.
Owen will be obstructed, but she is around circle's edge.
I know. I was thinking, okay, it's gonna keep, but somehow they keep like that and it's perfect.
You heard Owen was trying to play the skip. Not much skip out here today. Just the ground is completely saturated. During the match play event yesterday, it was just complete downpour the entire round. Started seeing some standing water out on the course through the fairways, and I know that the tees were getting pretty slippery. And the wind and the rain is expected all through the weekend, hopefully lightening up as we head into Saturday and Sunday. Thinking risky play wearing white shoes when you know it's muddy and wet out there. It's nice to have a caddy just to hand that muddy disc over to.
Cadence throwing her second on 10.
That reaction seemed like according to the game plan. It's really tough to get up to the basket in 2.
The bid from deep in circle 2 doesn't draw any metal. Kind of an awkward stance for Silva.
I was surprised that she actually had a look.
Can Raven take advantage of filtering through? Yeah, she does. The jumper from circle 2 for Raven Klein. I'm going to roll that Zuka replay.
Showing off for the hometown crowd, the home state crowd. And this had full flight behind it. A little Anheuser flight and it hyzered out. Long range putt for birdie. It's a great feeling.
And again, Owen Scoggins doesn't connect. I'm looking at the birdies that happened on this hole prior to seeing Ravens. Hannah Wynn from 26 feet, Cadence from 29, Haley King, that is, from 50, and Lisa Fakis from 65. So no one has been able to get next to the basket in terms of their putt, and seeing 3 out of the 5 today coming from circle 2. And another miss from Scoggins. There's something going on that we don't know about out there, Val. It is not like Owen Scoggins.
Yeah, she's not looking confident at all in those comeback putts, and that's really the main difference. You know, we see her miss putts here or there, but she's always good for that comeback putt.
Gannon will end the birdie streak at 4 in a row.
And with as aggressive of a putter as Owen is, going for those circle's edge putts and missing and having, you know, a 25-foot comeback putt, it could be challenging. The more times you miss, the more doubtful you're going to be to make any putt. So we'll see if she can pull it together and gain some confidence.
Kristen will have that left for birdie.
Wow, okay, so that bushy tree is short of that OB line, but it's going to make an awkward stance for Holland, and she's just not able to get up and over the OB. Just a layup from there.
And light work for Burge. That'll be a tap-in par coming up on the 10th. After the approach, putting herself in perfect position. Holland's hoping just to get up and down, save par now. Pretty confident she'll do just that. And Val, they're forcing you to go left this time on hole number 7.
Yeah, we typically saw the hole being played out over on the right-hand side of this lake, but the women now have to throw over the corner of the lake. You want to keep it high. You want to make sure that your disc is fading back to the left. Just have to make sure that tee shot is inbounds. And then their second shot, we're seeing a lot of layups to the edge. We're not seeing this dead straight shot necessarily, but we're seeing players landing over to the right, pushing it closer to the pond so that you have a hyzer approach rather than this straight head-on approach like we saw from Holland just moments ago. I think that makes it easier to judge the distance a little bit better, but it's pretty close to the pond, so we're seeing players throw to the basket or beyond to make sure that they're safe, but then of course you're putting back to the lake on your putt back, and it comes in around circle's edge.
Circle's edge, birdie look for Kristen Lett.
Dealing with a pretty strong headwind. Maybe a helpful little bit right to left, pushing the disc back inbounds. Ooh, that is way up in the sky. A spike down in the short grass.
Keeps the clean scorecard, so the strategic play just to pitch out and play for the par works out just fine. Certainly one of the most exposed baskets on the entire course, so taking just an extra moment with the wind. Burge on the 11th. Bring it up. Oh, so close. We saw a koozie hit yesterday, but I'm waiting for someone just to ring this up. It's right there for the taking.
Oh, just a little long. And we see some devoted fans and spectators already sitting out there on the bleachers behind this pin. They're waiting for the ace too, as they sit there in the rain. Riding that OB line.
ripping on the tee of 8 for Hanley.
This is a touchy shot. It's under 300 feet, so a player with Holland's power might disc down, but you need something stable enough to handle this wind. I think that worked out really great for Holland. You know, leaving it short, keeping it safe, keeping it out of the woods.
It's going to finish on the sidewalk. Remember, we saw Cadence hit from there earlier.
What a nice throw. See these players really making the decision whether to go far right of those large trees or what we saw from Raven landing between the trees so you have that straight shot.
Back to Cadence with her birdie look on 11. To go up by 3 as your leader. Not a problem. With authority from circle 2, she connects again. I'm gonna roll the Zuka replay. Take another look at this. Plenty of pop and power to find the upper entrapment, upper side of the chains there, and then drops in. What a start here for Cadence.
We've seen Cadence on the coverage, you know, popping in for a good shot or good putt every now and then, but she is holding on to the lead and extending it. This is the best position that we've seen Cadence in. Let's see if she can keep it going. Again, just a few holes ahead of our lead cards. So really setting the pace for the rest of the field.
If we rewind a couple of years ago, we were here in the booth during an event when Cadence was out there winning AM Worlds in 2022. Take a look back. It came all the way down to the final couple of holes. As you can see, Jordan Linz was out in front. Morgan Linz was at one point ahead of her as well, but in the last 2 or 3 holes, there was a switch up, and Cadence was able to be crowned champion in 2022. I believe she was just 15 at the time. And what a great 2025 season she's off to already. She already has a 2nd place finish. She has 4 top 10s and a 10-14 as her best event rating. So effortless.
I'm thinking she intentionally put herself in that position, and it was blind to the pin, and she executed it great.
Unlike that.
Yikes.
Yeah, like that. Holland just going for a layup. And I'm not sure if the wind just caught it or if it came off her finger wrong, but either way, the result, not good at all.
Missy goes very safe, long of the pin, outside the circle.
Hanley for par. obvious as to what the wind did to it there. Not a place you expect a bogey coming from Hanley. And the long birdie look for Kristen. Feels like a very slow start here for Kristen.
The line's pretty tight up to that edge, so I feel like it could have. Okay. I'll do a provisional. Just do provisional. Yeah.
So really?
Marking it up there. Oh, okay, that's great. He's marking it up there, Zach.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah,
you can see the line there at the top of the ridge. And
reading that it is, in fact, a line as opposed to the water's edge. So Kat Murch gets a birdie on 7 and then comes back on 8 and picks up a birdie. So back to back, fights her way back under par.
I'm sold. I'm sold.
Burge on the tee of 12.
She has power. We'll see if it's too far to the left. But that got great distance.
After going through that gauntlet, as I just mentioned, 5, 6, and 7, 4, 5, 6, and 7, the four of the most difficult holes on the course, you would not expect to see a bogey slip up there by Hanley on the 8th.
And no OB bogey
exactly.
at that.
So hopefully she can reset. Major mistake there by Hanley. Circle 2 birdie look, and Missy doesn't want any part of it. I love the commitment, just saying, hey, I've seen what this wind can do. It's an elevated basket. Just gonna put it right next to the pin and walk away, be content with par.
And bad things can happen if you don't have confidence and the wind is picking up with OB there. You already know you're not going to make it. But if you have the confidence to make it, like Raven, go for it. Of course, OB at her back makes it a little bit less risky.
You know, we just saw the layup by Missy Gannon, but Grant, talk to us about the wind in terms of if it's increased throughout the round. What are we feeling and seeing out there?
The wind is variable, but very much present at all times. More significant in this part of the course is how much more exposed these holes are. There are several ponds that sort of run in a row on this property, and right down the chute, so to speak, of those ponds, that's the direction the wind is coming from. So this is probably the windiest part of the course, at least at this stage of the day.
As we're taking a look at hole number 8, some of the water carry. Well, talking about hydration, you can stay hydrated out there on the course with the best electrolytes on the market. Instant hydration. Use code DGPT and get 33% off at instanthydration.com.
And if you don't throw this shot far enough, there's instant hydration. Your disc is going right into the pond. You need to make sure you get it up, over, but then I want to see these discs landing short of the pin with that power so it can skip up rather than flying past. Then you're going to end up in the trees behind.
And in case you didn't hear me, Val, the code DGPT, that gets you the 33% off.
Typing it in right now.
Not too far from some of the food and beverage pavilion area, I think is located somewhat behind this tent. So it's a great place for people to hang out. Typically, I don't know how much the spectators are braving the conditions today. This is just a, yeah, great place to be.
Oh no. There's that instant hydration. It was a shank from Silva off to the right. She missed her line completely, but then to get double penalized by kicking into the water. And that's deep. Any tee shot will go to the drop zone. So she'll be able to progress down the fairway.
And the forehand sets up so beautifully for the brand new pin position that we find on 9 there. Cadence throwing her second on 12. Just barely misses the tree. And no skip or forward progress once hitting the hillside. But from there, that should be an easy up and down for the par. Hanley also going forehand.
Those tree branches take some spin and power off the disc, so it's going to leave her outside the circle. Yikes, and this gets a big turn. But she doesn't get the kick, so she's safe, but it's not looking good. Gannon stables up. Beautiful throw. The disc really powered through the wind, whereas everyone else had a little turn on it and the wind got underneath the disc and kept it over to the right. Missy Gannon just looking so solid. She's got such a good game plan.
Barely offline for Hanley in the jumper from circle 2. And some hesitation from Silva and Joey. Grant, what is she faced with on this approach?
It's going to be a little tricky because she needs to throw an Anheuser shot with the wind having the same effect it did a moment ago. She needs the wind to push the disc up. And it looks like she executed it beautifully. Threw it low and let the wind elevate the disc. Just sort of let it hover there 3 or 4 feet off the ground all the way up to the basket. That was very nicely done for what should be a stress-free drop-in, which is what you want if you're going to have to take a bogey here and there.
That was an incredible throw from Silva. She has to throw a slower speed disc, and that is when the wind can really affect it. And she's throwing an Anheuser line into the headwind. So we could have easily seen what came out of Holland's hand, that turnover, that floppy roller almost. But this was as good as it could be from this drop zone.
Well, you can discover the difference at Disc Golf Deals USA with pictures and scaled weights of every disc, same-day shipping, rewards on every purchase, and expert reviews and comparisons. Your game, our passion.
Just a layup there from Raven.
the circle for Kristen.
Just that look on Kristen's face. It's been so close. There's a confidence-building putt for Own. Good backdrop, too, with that slight slope behind the pin. Even if she missed that one, she wouldn't be going too far past.
Gannon gets a 5 under. Light work on the 8th. Cadence lining up for her 3rd on hole 12. Cadence is currently 3 for 4 from C2 today. She's hit from 40, from 41, and from 33. This looks to be even outside of C2 though. She is also perfect from C1X. So not a great approach ultimately. She's going to put her perfect C1X putting to the test. Not a problem. She'll be now 5 for 5 from C1X. So it's just an all-around incredible putting performance. Clean scorecard for Cadence Burge today. The young Burge out in front.
If you design, if you test, if you manufacture, there is only one technology partner you need. TriMet Group is the leading provider of design, engineering, and manufacturing solutions for thousands of companies across North America and Europe. Innovation starts here. TriMetGroup.com.
Let's send these boys back to the lobby. Get on. Oh, Grandma's got a hot kettle for that tea bag.
How did you get so much energy from a candy?
One Shot is no ordinary candy. It only has 4 grams of sugar, and the nootropics help prevent jitters and crash.
Grandma, do you think I could try one of those One Shot energy chews?
Oh, sure, honey. But if you come for the queen, you better come correct, Sprout. I'm the OG. Got it?
Got it.
Level up your energy with One Shot. Grab yours at oneshotenergy.com today.
Head on over and get yourself some Disc Golf Network. We've got no credit card is required to try out DGN free. Make sure you scan the QR code on the screen there to get you there. Val, you subscribed? You ready to go?
Oh, yeah. When I'm not calling the golf, I've got it on in the living room. I'll be watching you this afternoon, making sure you're still on top of your game.
Well, with that, you can enjoy select live coverage and video on-demand access 7 days after events air.
Wow. Cadence just lands just on the edge. Doesn't go past the basket. Misfire. Let's see how deep Missy went in the woods. But it's going to be a very challenging approach. The basket's on this hillside, sloping down to the left. So ideally, you just want to throw that straight shot. If you're going to make a mistake, if you're not going to pin this shot, you'd rather be way out to the left and in the open than tucked in those trees. Well, at least they're going to have company.
Holland having an incredible season, including coming off the win in Portland. She has 3 wins on the Disc Golf Pro Tour this year. Great putting, big drives, going to rollers, just a little bit of everything. Obviously a power forehand. Holland is sitting just barely short of $200,000 in career earnings. She sits at $199,000 plus. And keep in mind, she just started playing disc golf in 2020 and playing the professional level a few years ago. So very impressive. Also sitting at a 991 rating, which is the second highest in the world right now. Here's Cadence Burge.
A few misses. And one of the best drives that we've seen. It's very rare that we see somebody get that far down the fairway.
And what Missy Gannon wouldn't give to find the fairway right now.
Missy's going to be really happy if she can get to the edge of the circle.
She punches out and backside edge of circle. Just outside of it, I should say. Shallow circle 2. So she's going to have to rely on the putter. Safe drive from Lett. Scoggins looking for her 3rd birdie in a row. She'll remain at 1 over.
You gotta hold your breath when you hit metal and don't go in on this pin placement. It's showing us just how steep that angle is. Raven doesn't want any part in thinking about rollaways.
Potential is there for Missy coming straight up the hill, but she doesn't draw any metal, so she's going to tap in for what will be a bogey. Again, not the place I would expect to see someone pick up their first bogey of the day. And that's exactly what it'll be for Missy.
And if you don't have a sidearm, a powerful enough sidearm to get to this pin, that backhand shot in the wind is so challenging. And I don't know. I think that's the biggest mistake that she could have made, was too tight of an Anheuser line, and really you just can't save yourself much. Like I said, best she could do from there was circle's edge, and if you can't make that putt, it's easy to get the bogey. Big drive from Holland. We'll see if she can get up to the basket in 2. Cadence has a repetitive putting style, but she uses a lot of wrist. I'm seeing how much she is curling that wrist and how much she has to open up her wrist and extend toward the basket. She is such a great putter, and she's got that routine down. So with that great drive, a missed putt, she walks away with the par. And we're heading down the home stretch. I feel like once you get to hole 14, you still really have to focus up and execute these shots. There's a lot of trouble to be had on this tee shot and then all the way down this fairway with OB lining either side. And the Mississippi River is over there on the right, so that can really create a lot of wind on this fairway. That will be a line on the inside of that tree line. It'll be on the left with the cart path.
Up and over to give Kristen a look on the new green of hole 10.
Wow. That was a crazy reaction. I know she got a little bit of turn on it, but the wind really took control. And we're going to take a flyover of this new hole 10. OB on the left and the right, so you have to control your drive, but you do want to get as much distance as you can. We saw Holland getting as far as just short of this cart path, and that cart path that cuts through the fairway is not OB. And then the second shot, the players are heading up this hill. You can see how narrow that fairway really is. There's a tree on the right and then OB here on the left. And as they're throwing up in the sky, gravity starts to pull the disc over to the left. So you want to push as far to the right as you're climbing this hill. And then if you land short, you're going to be in this sand trap or this bunker. It is not OB. It is not a hazard or anything, but can be tough for putting.
Just the way the wind slammed that down, it was like it came out of nowhere. What the Frisbee is right. I agree with you there, Holland.
And it almost brought OB into play. It didn't look like a shank by any means, and you can see how focused she was to hit the line. That's really crazy.
That one holds true and is up on top. A little work left to do on the green, though. Sometimes when you need a good recovery, you can reach out to our friends over at Morning Wood who keep you locked in all day. They think clearly under pressure. You can stay sharp, whether you're throwing for birdie, crushing your workout, or leading a meeting. If you're bold enough to test it for yourself, you can do so and get 20% off in the next 72 hours. Just use code DGPT20 at checkout. That's getmorningwood.shop/DGPT.
Great flip up shot there for Silva. He's dead center in the middle. And this hole is 655 feet. So a couple of shots around 300 feet will get you up to the basket. Missy goes with the nice hyzer line. Plays the skiff to get back to the center.
And the wind continues to take a toll on so many of these drives. Hanley to save par. Just be happy with that, considering what we saw in that second shot.
It was good.
That OB, yeah, go ahead.
And what I think is most dangerous, not only is the tee shot daunting on 14, but now when you're off this far on the left side, or excuse me, on the right side, trying to just shape and maneuver a disc to get all the way down the fairway to try and get anywhere near the green is so difficult to do. Then you still have OB on both sides. Plus you're dealing with a wind that is coming up this tunnel. So Caden's going to have to be very careful here.
That is a great shot.
Yeah, I cannot applaud that enough. That is such an incredible shot there by Cadence. Controlled, and also not trying to bite off too much to make up for her mistake off the tee. Let for birdie. And she gets it. I believe that is the first birdie carded on hole 10 in our FPO division.
Yeah, that's the first player that I've seen be able to get up to the basket or that sand trap in two. Oh, from the right side OB to the left side OB. It really narrows up. It's a bottleneck if you're trying to go for that layup. That will be safe for Silva.
saw the slip. And that will be the punishment. Grant, we just watched Owen with a slip in the fairway. Just tell us about the conditions and what it's doing to our players out there.
You know, I got to say the conditions on the ground really aren't that bad, although it's not surprising to find a slip here and there. The wind by far is the biggest factor right now during the course of this round. In fact, the wind has really sort of dried clothing and discs and towels out pretty good at this point. So that was just an unfortunate slip for Mo. I'm kind of surprised at her strategy there. If she had gone a little longer with a forehand, she would have gotten to a place where there's a lot of room out to the right after the corner here. So we'll see how she recovers.
I was thinking the exact same thing, Grant. There is more space on that right side, and we know Owen can throw both forehand and backhand.
And that had no chance at all of getting to the green. Is that wrong disc selection, or is that the wind? Or that was crazy to see that there was no chance of Kristen getting there. The guardian tree stops her. Maybe as much as a triple bogey coming for Raven.
No, there's a couple steps and you got it. Zip it up there. Straight out.
And again, there's that OB line that rides all the way up near the basket as well. So this needs to fly nice and flat and straight. The problem with having so much skill and being able to throw backhand and forehand, you got too many decisions to make. It's tough to make the right one all the time.
Burge would need to throw this in to avoid her first bogey of the day. Not feeling it.
No, that was
Understandable. That's such a difficult hole.
That was a bogey reaction. Ooh, Missy using all of the fairway. Checking up just short of the OB. It's a challenging approach at the bottom of the hill. You're trying to throw nose up and then get the disc to slow down at the top of the hill.
Deep side for Hanley. She'll have a putt right at circle's edge. Kristen's approach not great. She's there with a look for bogey, but not her best approach. Klein for double. There's a category in which hole 10 leads today. Any guesses what that might be, Val?
Over par.
Well, that, and specifically it leads in double bogeys. 38% of the field have taken a double bogey on hole number 10.
And this, again, is a new change to the course. Presenting sponsor, Simon Lizotte and Simon Line. This was one of his suggestions. So if you got some complaints, I know who to send those letters to.
And likely a bogey coming now for Gannon. Yeah, that number will increase. As I said, 38% of the field has taken double bogey or worse. Saarinen for par.
And that was a relatively short putt for Silva, but maybe that sand trap bunker give a little bit of a weird footing and get the appropriate power and momentum. And putts with the glove on.
Hanley with the birdie luck. Just short. Burge with the bogey luck. The chainsaw isn't buzzing here.
Hits dead center of the band. There's a lot of things that could go wrong if you miss a putt on this basket.
Well, hole 14 is playing as the most difficult hole relative to par at 1.18 over par. And you guys have seen what it's done. Ruins the clean scorecard up into that point for Hannah Wynn, and it does the same to Cadence Burge. So knowing that hole 14 is looming, no matter how well your round is going, we'll see if she can bounce back though. We saw that Hannah Wynn bounce back with the birdie on the 15th. Cadence now with that opportunity as well. This plays as one of the easiest, in fact it is the single easiest hole on the course relative to par, playing at 0.41 under par. So you go from the most difficult to the easiest. We'll see what happens. Let for bogey. Putter saves her from bigger disaster. Let's take a look at hole 11, Val.
This hole remains the same from the original layout. Kale LaVisca designed and named this creek that flows in front of the basket Victoria's Creek, named it after his wife, and it is one of the signature holes on the course. We see the bleachers behind the pin. It is ace run worthy. You see players playing out wide to the right and spiking it down. You can throw the straight, slow flying flight to the basket, but you want to make sure you're landing up here on top of the hill. Get yourself a putt at birdie. Just can't leave it short. It's making Grant hop, skip, and jump over there on the right side. OB for own.
Cannot take those moves for granted.
This is pretty.
High and wide to the right with just the right amount of power. Bring it up. I'm just going to keep saying it until someone smashes those chains.
Just keep saying it until you're right.
There you go.
I called it.
Flirting with the tree on the right side, and it looks like she's going to go long. That may even be past the point that you're trying to get to in terms of your second shot. You'd rather have that hook up and go a little more left as opposed to going as straight and as far as it did. See what she's left with. Kristen.
Trying to throw toward that sand trap, and wow, extra skip over to the left. But yeah, over by these trees on the right-hand side of our screen, that's what you want to be lined up with. That's going to give you a straight second shot to the basket.
Right here? Just right of center of this tree. Right here?
Grant, we know you got out of the way of the incoming own disc, but sounds like they had a conversation. She didn't cross inbounds up by you at all?
No, she didn't, but it was closer than you might have thought. There's a little corner right there that's actually inbounds and had her disc deflected off of the far side of that walking path. It very easily could have skidded back to players left and ended up in this little patch of inbounds ground that's actually below this elevated island. So they were just confirming whether or not that indeed happened, and it did not.
All right, we see Owen approach and just barely stay up on the ledge. We're going to check in with Cadence during her second on hole number 15.
You'd like to have an open third shot, but she's going to have to deal with that tree and those branches.
And Grant, it sounds like the rain is picking up. That's what appears to be coming through the microphones. What are you seeing?
Yeah, unfortunately, for the first time in quite some time, there is rain falling. It's light, but steady. Difficult to say for sure if it will continue, if it will worsen. I don't have a radar handy, but it is raining for the first time in a while, and it is enough to be significant within a few minutes.
Hey, Grant, what else have we been seeing for the pace? Did you say that possibly one group has caught another out there?
Yeah, just for a moment there, the lead card, or I guess on day one, the final card, caught the second to last card and had to stand just a little bit, about a hole ago. The only reason why that really matters on a day like today is the only time where it really feels a little bit chilly is when you have to stand still for a while. Then you begin to feel the chill in the air. So if that continues during the latter part of this round, it might tighten up some muscles and might get just a little bit frustrating. Otherwise, hopefully the gap has increased again and things will be back to normal.
Grant, as we're watching Missy make sure she's got a good grip on her putter. She has the birdie look, and she converts. Currently tied for fourth is Jennifer Allen. A little bit of an up and down start, but cleaning things up on the back nine. We also see that she'll be heading into hole number 18, which should favor the long arm. And if you are a DGN Pro subscriber, you'll be able to take in the action at the Masters Worlds, where we'll see Jen competing. Just looking last night, she'll come in as the second highest rated Masters player at the event. She's already claimed the Tim Selinsky major title this year. You have other action as well, including the European Disc Golf Festival, along with other events, all found exclusively as a DGN Pro subscriber. So beef up that subscription and get ready for bonus action.
You see Cadence going down to a knee to go underneath that branches of that tree in her way. Scoot, scoot, scoot. A little bit of length left on that putt. And even though Holland went long of the landing zone, she still has a look at the basket. She gets up and over the ridge, and she's got a putt.
And we're going to take a look at the flyover here on the 12th, which, thanks to Flight Factory for sponsoring our drone coverage. They're now offering profile photos of every disc with the parting line and dome measurements to help you know exactly how the disc will fly. Avoid surprises and shop at flightfactorydisc.com to find the exact disc you're looking for. And which ones are you bringing here, Val? What's the strategy?
Well, you want to land long of that sand trap. I'm glad we're seeing this fly over, because that is going to line you up perfectly with the second part of this hole, the widest gap between the trees as you're approaching this pin. We see so many players leaving it short, hitting that ridge line, but if you can just crest over that hill, you're gonna give yourself a look. And that just hops over, but an opportunity left out there for Kristen. She was in such a great spot after her drive.
Oh, really?
And with the update just a few days ago, Missy Gannon improves her player rating to 988, which is the highest of her career. I know it was a different world and the way things that they came about back then, Val, but were you ever concerned about something like a player rating?
No. People would tell me, you know, what my round was rated or whatever, and it would make me, I want to go out there and shoot the best golf I can, and then I can judge it myself. But for Missy, just seeing that she's her player rating is getting better. That's just showing how much more consistent she's becoming as a player. So it's good stats for us here in the booth, I would say. I don't think players really think about it too much.
And Caden's doing exactly as Hannah Wynn did earlier. Follows up the double bogey with a birdie on the 15th. And really just a tree you cannot hit on this tee shot is what we just saw from Silva.
It's a really big fairway. There's a lot of space to use, and you want to go just inside that tree. It's a great drive from Missy.
She should be happy with that.
Owen is going to find the sand trap. And you do need that extra power, that movement with a little bit of run up on your second shot. See how that affects Owen's second. Some obvious frustration there. That was a huge missed opportunity. Getting a birdie on this hole is going to separate you from the rest of the field. It's just a challenging hole to really nail down that second shot. Silva gets herself to the corner.
My prediction of double digits might be just a tad aggressive today, but I'm going to carry that into the weekend. I think we're still going to see it.
Especially if the rain lightens up. You know, I know it's coming down pretty hard now here to finish the round, so it might keep the double digits out of reach today.
I don't know. The birdies are certainly out there. They have proven that. We've seen a lot of great birdies, including multiple turkeys by Caden Spurge, these 3-hole stretches where she's picked them up, managed to get through the gauntlet of 4 through 7, all completely clean. So the birdies are there. And we also saw some competitors, birdie out yesterday on the final 3 holes. So I think it's there. I'm calling for it. And of course, whoever shoots 10 is also going to get an ace on hole 11.
It's asking for a lot, Terry, but I'd love to see it.
Hey, this is the Disc Golf Network. We provide.
You can see Owen just trudging through that sand trap. It's tough to get power when you don't have solid footing. When the sand is kind of disappearing underneath each step, it's tough to gain that traction.
Very demanding of the disc, but it looks like it listens. So doing exactly what she needs. She'll have a look for birdie.
For you, this
Cadence just getting past the B position that we'll see tomorrow. And she'll have a look. Kristen, low line drive, a favorable kick, even though she was pushing the right side. But from there, I expect a layup. Give you a little preview, but now we're ready for Hannah Wynn, who's in the clubhouse. Let's hear what she had to say after her round.
Hannah Wynn, one of the first off the course today with a 300 par effort. Hannah, I don't want to belabor the point, but the conditions are the story this week. The wind, the rain, and today the chill. How impactful were those?
Pretty impactful. Like hole one, it was just dumping rain. You got a headwind, and our umbrellas are being folded backwards. Like, yeah, it was pretty intense, but it took a lot of patience because you have to like go up to your lie, wipe down your disc, make sure your hand's dry, and then are you ready to throw? So patience was the game today, and yeah, pretty much.
All week long, people have been talking about Black Bear as a thrower's course. In your opinion, is it the tee shot, the approach shot, the putting? Where is the scoring happening for you?
I really don't think it's a thrower's course because I don't throw far. Like I throw max like 350, like on a good day. I think it's more about placement shots in some of these, and some of these par threes are under 300 feet, so they're totally gettable. I don't think it's a thrower's course.
So far this year, Hannah, several top tens, including a 7th at Kansas City just a few weeks ago. For you this week, where are you looking to take the next step? What will success look like for you when you walk off 18 on Sunday?
Another top 10 or a podium would be great. I think before I was just coming into tournaments, like I hope I play well this weekend, you know, and I feel like I'm proving myself a little bit more, and now I need to change my mindset a little bit to, all right, I need to win this time, or I need to push to get a podium. I need to change my mindset to be aggressive, I think, instead of like, I hope I have another good tournament, you know, like, or cash. So yeah, just the mindset.
Hannah Wynn getting us off to a great start this weekend at the Preserve.
Thank you.
It sounds like she's ready to raise her own expectations and fight for a podium spot or possibly a win out here. And it's been great to see her evolve over the last couple of seasons. Kristen doesn't appear to be laying this up at all. And maybe she should have.
Whoa, that is the biggest roll that we've seen, and she goes OB long. And not likely she's going to be able to make the putt from down there.
She will have the option to either putt from down there where she was last inbounds, right, where she went out, or she could re-putt from where she was. That is always an option. Of course, I like the idea of going from the other side simply because then you can keep, hopefully, the water out of play. But I don't know. This is a lot longer, and you can still hit something and roll out of bounds again. So, I don't know. I think I would have re-putt, and maybe there's an indicator, another issue. You don't like that, Val?
I don't know. There's a lot of thinking involved there. She just needed to get that, not go for the putt, but
yes,
lay it up closer underneath the pin. Hello.
There's a long-range putt. No problem for Saarinen.
She's thinking, about time.
That was high right side, and I'll say favorable. That there's a lot of putts that would have fallen out in hitting in that spot. So this time it falls in her favor. Gannon for birdie. She too connects. And nobody got time for pars. short range, no problem for the birdie. It's been a minute since she's been able to pick one up, so she'll move to 3 under.
Seems like such an obvious tee shot, but it is so challenging to hit that line, and then connecting with any tree and getting a big kick to the left could bring OB into play.
We better wait here than wait over there. Yeah. You have to wait them for them anyway.
And speaking of waiting, I was just taking a look at the time, and we're only 2/3 of the way through this round, and we're already almost creeping up on 2.5 hours for some of these competitors. It's going to be a long day out there today.
Missy just has those discs dialed up. The fact that it flipped up, continued to fly straight. A little skip at the end got her a little closer. It's a scary putt if you end up too short of this basket. You have to make a decision whether you want to run it or not. Not too often where I see a hole that I just really want to play. I want to throw this shot. I just love how it's framed up by the trees. And when you see a good shot on this hole, I really feel like it does get rewarded if you can skip up to the bullseye. This is about 350 feet. So it requires a big, powerful throw, especially of a player like Own. She needed to really power up on that, and that can bring a faster disc into play, and you see the big skip as well.
And a very undercommitted shot coming from Burge. She's going to have a long look for par, but Jen Allen is trying to close out on 18. Not sure if she's quite in circle 2 or not. She hasn't converted from there up into this point, but either way, it looks like it'll be a par for her to close out. But a solid day for Jen Allen.
She'll be, if she maintains, she will be on our chase card for tomorrow in that tie for 5th position. Great save from Cadence.
Yeah, not something you want to be saying on on that hole, though.
Hope that just settled down. A lot of roots and stumps right near the basket, so it could easily hit one of those, catch edge, and roll. Is a good opportunity to throw short of the pin and skip off of the hard ground in front, just like that.
Yeah, let it slide to the pin. You don't want to come in at the height of the basket or the same distance as the basket. You want to come in a few feet short, like you're saying. That could be trouble. Yep. That looks like it has stayed in bounds. Grant, any eyes on how far away we may have seen that one go?
Not nearly as far as I feared. She's well inside circle one, just now has to putt at a basket that's above the level of her head.
Inclined to save par. And this could roll the other direction. Val, if there's one takeaway today, it is layup on 13. Right? Like,
yes, we've seen what can happen if you don't.
They have cleared that section out. It used to be not nearly as open directly behind the pin. Rollaways weren't quite as prevalent or as common. There was just more stuff back there. But as they've cleared that out, it's wide open. And Raven is getting the full experience now.
Yikes.
Didn't carry to the out of bounds, but I'm sure it's deep.
Just completely misses the pin entirely. Nothing to slow it down. And there we go. I'm just even thinking about that. The initial putt that she went to make, it was floaty, it missed the basket on the left side and just went down the hill with no doubt about it. So just lacking confidence in the first initial putt, strokes just started to compile.
Missy says this is too close to lay up. She's going for it. And tentative, as you maybe could understand, but she should walk away with the par.
I'm thinking how challenging it was for Missy to not think about what just happened to Raven after seeing her go back and forth. It's always that last thought in your mind of as you're releasing the putt, that's when you miss the basket. That's when you go long. That's when you roll down the hill.
Hanley pushing the right side out of bounds. And I think that's where she'll end up, is OB.
So many players are fading off to that right. There's a great line from Kristen. Overstable disc thrown at that right side tree line. Fades back into the center of the fairway.
Burge is inbounds, trying to come into the clubhouse as your leader.
the discovery of electricity, the first flight, democracy, splitting the atom, computers, modern medicine, space travel, and of course, the Royal Line from Latitude 64.
Hi guys, I'm Katrina Allen. Went out through all the drivers from DGA and Discraft and was trying to create this certain disc I had in mind. And the disc was to fill a gap between my Rogue and my Hurricanes and Hypercane. I need a disc that has a lot of glide, but then a really nice pushing forward finish. I really wanted to make sure that this was available in lighter weights. Yeah, my first take is they're the best version.
Legends built it. The next generation is elevating it. The most dominant team in disc golf history just got deeper. World champions, record breakers, the future of the game, united under one banner. This isn't just competition, it's a legacy in motion. This is the next chapter. Discraft, built for flight.
After a perfectly placed tee shot, Let with her second. I like this. As she will as well. Kristen setting up for birdie.
We've only seen one birdie on this hole today. That was by Rebecca Dawn. Similar size putt to what Kristen will have left.
Cadence with her second. Asking for her to push over to the left to set her up for better line. Expect her to go for the green from there. Holland's fourth. Up and down would give her a bogey, and she's in position. Merch for par. Yeah. I think she was just as surprised. That looked wide right and yet drifted straight into the chains.
It wasn't like she was laying it up. This was a full send. Maybe some helpful wind guiding it into the chains.
That's usually the best you can hope for after an OBT shot here is a bogey. Just the second birdie of the day on 14. It barely stays in. Kristen almost lets it slip out the left side, but she'll connect and pick up the birdie.
Wow. To see it spin on the top of the rim.
Just keep that memory in your back pocket for the next time one doesn't fall in your favor that was maybe questionable, because I feel like she got one there that was on her side. Great tee shot from Gannon.
Just barely gets over the OB that cuts through the fairway. And Owen finds the OB on the left side. We are a bit elevated on this tee pad, and they're trying to throw down to the fairway. So it is going to pull the disc farther to the right, or to the left, excuse me, and that one joins Owen, OB.
Burge throwing her third. That was
Yeah, he's marking it.
way over to the left and what I believe is going to be out of bounds. The spotter will run over. No, it looks like she kicked back in bounds. What a roll after hitting off the Discraft RV. Cadence is back in bounds.
Press over the hill to get up onto the fairway. We do have that Mando tree there on the right side, and that branch on the left creating the low ceiling. Holland's headed right for it, but cuts through. That got extremely lucky. And that's just a spectator rope up there on the left side. Trouble with these fairways that are lined with OB on the left and the right. If you go OB on either side, now you're lined up to throw OB on the other side of the fairway. It's tough to get it back to the center.
Standstill from Sarnen.
Good job.
Just a conservative play, looking to get the par. %80 of the field have taken bogey or worse on 14. 80%.
Yeah, and I think that if you didn't land in bounds off the tee, that's how that quickly adds up. But once you land in bounds, like we saw from Silva, it is so tempting to go big on your second shot, thinking that you can reach the pin, but it is way down there. It requires a big distance shot and a controlled shot to stay safe.
Just riding the line. Cadence barely in bounds. And now has a chance to get up and down and still save par. good chance at that.
Are they pointing at the dent in the RV? Let's hope not.
Got to assume that's Kale's, and I don't know. I don't know if I want to be doing that on one of his property or his projects out here. Then again, when you're the chainsaw, I mean, really, I guess you're out there doing whatever you want.
So his own lines up this shot. She's thinking about that drop off behind the pin. And that can really scare players to throw it too short. And you really don't get a ton of skip up to the basket. Great control and the speed of that disc.
And with a 6 under par effort, Cadence Burge will go into the clubhouse as the leader. And with the numbers there, whether she's the leader or not, I don't see a way where she's not on the lead card for tomorrow, at least. She could be still your outright leader, but worst case scenario, I think we'll see her on the lead card. Another bold prediction that I've got for you, Val.
Not a bad place to be. Worst case scenario on the lead card.
I mean, I think there's some math that maybe say that it's possible she's not, but I don't think that's how it's going to line up. I see her somewhere on that lead card. Here's Merch.
Yes, Cat. Let's go. Get the tree. Get the tree.
And Merch will have that left for possibly an eagle bid. Love to see her get a little bit of aggressive. You kind of have a backstop with that hill there. Gannon for birdie. It's a tie for the lead.
Low again with the slope behind the pin. Leaves it short. First time you could laugh about it, second time you got the pouty lip. Understandable.
Silva cleans up for par. She remains at 2 under. Shot by Kristen. She's trying to get under par on the 15th. We'll see when we return.
Success is not linear. It takes time and it takes belief. A belief that there is no ceiling and that the bar can always rise higher. A belief that if you set your sights to the horizon, the future will meet you there. That no matter who you are or what you've done, there's always something to prove. Disc golf was built on the backs of people who dream. And out here, what started as a dream is now a decade-long catalyst that turns dreams to moments. In our 10th season, we invite you to join us as we celebrate this beautiful game and all the moments that make it great. Catch all the action, all season long, live on the Disc Golf Network.
And the Jomez Pro Discraft Tour Series Cicada is back. Head over to jomezpro.com to snag one before they're gone. I would do so quickly, Val. We know cicadas, 13, 17 years, whatever. You don't want to have to wait that long to see if they'll return. So get them now before they're gone.
Cool bug joke there, Terry.
Just saying.
Do they get cicadas up here in Minnesota? I know that's a southern thing. I remember Georgia and those courses really getting the cicada hatch happening. A great line drive from Missy. And you really want the disc to finish straight at the end of the flight. The more left you go, it's going to make that second shot longer. See Silva making the Mando, but not cresting the hill or getting on top to where the second part of the fairway is.
Easy forehand pitch from Hanley. These are close range for birdie. Cat Murch going to do the same. Certainly no running at that one.
Yeah, not much of a run.
And Kristen, after 2 throws, has this left for eagle. Just got to be careful of the branches. And she'll have to settle for the birdie. So Kristen will likely move to 1 under par right now. Still in contention to possibly find a lead card spot, but she's going to have to finish strong in order to do so. Thought put into this one by Hanley, waiting on the wind and maybe overthinks it.
Yeah, it was painful in a couple of different ways. But yeah, like you said, there was that hesitation. You don't really see her stop that often, but there was something bothering her, whether it was a wind or maybe some distractions, and that really got into her head.
Distance for Kristen, and she too is going to wait for just an extra moment. You have to birdie hole 15. You just have to. A par there feels like a bogey for most of our competitors. Our Our leader, Cadence Burge, is in the clubhouse catching up with Grant Zellner.
Cadence Burge, a 6 under par effort. For the moment, you are the leader in the clubhouse. As far as that pace goes, does that surprise you, or does 6 under feel like a leading score?
I mean, I'm not surprised it's leading right now, but I think that when everyone's done, it probably won't be leading. I don't remember what people shot last year. I feel like people were shooting like 9 or 10 maybe, but the weather was a lot worse. So I feel like 6 was a pretty solid round.
Talking a little bit about pace of play today with all of the moisture in the air, all the towels, all of that, kind of a slower round. How much did that impact you, having to go so much slower than maybe you'd like to?
Honestly, I don't think it affected me that badly. We weren't really stuck in backups. We were moving kind of slow, it felt like, but I think everybody was moving slow. So we weren't sitting on the tee pad doing nothing. We were just taking our time, drying off our discs, making sure everything's dry, which is the tough part. But everyone's doing that, so I think it doesn't really affect me that much.
Mathematically, it remains to be seen exactly where you're going to be at the end of the day, but likely on coverage tomorrow. At this point in your career, are you getting more and more used to cameras following you around the course for every shot?
Yeah, that was the first time that they showed up like for me, I think, because they showed up on like hole 7, I think, or something, and I knew I was doing pretty good, so that didn't really surprise me. But I actually really like cameras. They haven't made me nervous in the past. I really enjoy being filmed and letting people like back home watch me, since not everyone can be here to watch, so I like that my family can see me.
This is for Val Jenkins. She noticed that 3 redheads were on a single card. Good vibes, I assume. Maybe a first in the history of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Was that a little fun?
Yeah, it was cool. I don't think it was first, because last year at Ziegler, they tried to make us an all ginger card, and they had me and Cynthia and Ellie Ezra and Haley King, who said she wasn't redhead, but so it was at least 3. At least 3.
It was a good observation by Val.
I didn't realize Emma was a redhead. I thought she was blonde. Is she ginger?
Close enough for my
Close
count.
enough.
It was a great observation by Val and a great round by you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, I don't know. You could make up for the ginger that I was lacking. Ginger spice.
Yeah.
That's what we call you.
Let's see, that is not fading back to the basket enough, so this will have a putt from the right side.
I don't know what makes this tee shot so challenging. 300 feet. There's so much space on the right-hand side, but you just don't see the players picking that perfect line all the time. You know, maybe there's just nothing to aim at, but to me this seems like a shot where you should just close your eyes and park it.
And a poor tee shot from Hanley. Maybe still a little frustrated from the previous green. Textbook from Saarinen. And even closer for Scoggins. Umbrella's out again in full force. Also seeing what the wind is doing.
I love the positioning here for Missy. She stayed far to the right of that tree that everyone else is bringing into play, so she has a lot of options on the flight path to take. Riding that hillside. And it nestles in just outside bullseye. And when you do have options, especially when you have to think about wind on every single shot, for your approach, you know, figure out what is your favored wind when you're putting. Do you want the tailwind, the headwind? And then you could place your shot. And Holland not connecting with any part of the basket there, and the wind picks it up and over.
And maybe after seeing exactly what happened to Holland, Kristen lays up. Line will have to settle for par here on the 15th.
And the favored wind depends on the player's putting style too. Spin putters can do really well in the headwind, cut through, whereas a more lofty putter might prefer the tailwind.
Gannon for a share of the lead at 6 under. And Silva will move into sole possession. Or excuse me, it looks like she's going to be tied for third after getting to 3 under, along with Cox and Wynn.
It's not that far. Oh, then go for it. Okay, I got 4, okay? Yeah. I'll go last.
Merch.
Chill out.
Trying to direct her putter what to do. It doesn't quite sit down immediately. Hanley, this is to say par. And hits lightly on the chains and not enough. So she goes from birdie look to bogey. And same will be for Kat Merch. Birdie to bogey. And an aggressive reaction.
You should be frustrated. Again, it seemed on paper, it seems like a hole you should birdie every time.
Let's see if Sarah Holcomb can pick up the birdie. She does. And it's her lone birdie of the day.
Wow. You can see the look on Sarah's face, how she thinks about that.
2012 world champ gets it done on the 16th, picking up her first birdie. But we now have co-leaders in Missy Gannon and Cadence Burge. They both sit at 6 under. And welcome in, everyone. Val, we've been watching two very different ways of going about this course, it feels like. Cadence also went out much earlier in the round. I'm not sure if weather played into it, but we got the veteran in Missy, and then we see what Cadence is doing. Anything similar that you're seeing between them, or completely different?
I think I needed to watch Cadence play another round at least, but what she was able to showcase today, I've heard about her big power. She's got an incredible drive, but then today she relied on her putts, and so she really put it all together, and I'm excited to see what she has for us tomorrow when the lights are a little bit brighter on her. You know, pressure is a little bit more intense when you're on a featured card, and so that'll be fun to see. And Missy Gannon, she's just looked so solid this season and been able to take down those big wins. And her consistency, that's what's really going to allow Missy to be a contender at all of these tournaments.
Well, Kaden said earlier that she has no problem with the cameras. She enjoys them being there, and like you said, they'll be brighter, they'll be more prevalent tomorrow as we're out here for our second round. So we'll see what she can do with it. Missy trying to become a solo leader. Distance herself from Cadence and the rest of the field even more. And that'll give her a look to get to 7 under. I like the line by Silva.
And a lot of these shots that we see out to the right, they just seem to drop. The wind isn't helping at all to bring the disc back over to the left. It looks so promising as it starts to skip up toward the basket, but that hillside rejects just about every skip up.
All the way through the tunnel and pin high. Kristen will have that for her birdie look. Rebecca Cox teeing off on 18.
Rocking the big old winter waterproof boots out there. Now that's prepared.
Hanley peers the gap. Looks to be a bullseye hit for Holland Hanley.
We know the frustration was just ramping up on the last few holes for Holland. So for her to kind of settle those emotions, focus in on hitting this line, that shot was just dead straight out of her hand. It was beautiful. Being on the back side of this pin and throwing long on these tee shots, I think it makes it more, you want to go for that putt. There's a little bit more space behind the pin if you throw it to the back side.
I don't know, it looks like I've been updated in that may have gone out of bounds for Kristen, so that was to save the par. Overall, very slow start for Kristen today. Raven for birdie. Solid. Sarnen will go to 4 under. She'll be in solo possession of third place. So Missy will remain at 6 and tied for the lead with 2 to play. Will put in for her birdie on the 17th. And she's currently sitting in chase card range. She'll be closing out on 18 in just a few moments, but 6 under is leading, and we're seeing that by Missy Gannon and Cadence Burge. Val, we've got a Flight Factory flyover here. We appreciate them for sponsoring the drone coverage. They're offering profile photos of every disc with the parting line and dome measurements to help you know exactly how the disc will fly. Avoid surprises and shop at flightfactorydisc.com to find the exact disc you are looking for. What are you using here on the 17th?
Throwing a nice straight flying mid-range disc. You can see how quickly that OB comes into play behind the pin. I was seeing it was about 20 feet. That's how close Kristen was to the basket. And you have to just hit the line. Avoid that tunnel of trees. There is an OB on the left. And it is playing as the easiest hole on the course, but there's still a lot of danger to think about.
Still 2, the rest 3? Yep.
Third shot coming up for Rebecca.
She's at the top of the hill throwing over the OB area. And that's short and OB.
Standstill coming from Silva. She hits the gap. Will it slow down? It does. She is pin high looking for a birdie. She should have an open look from there. I don't believe that tree will come into play.
That's the safe side of the green to land on. There's more room on that left side. But you can bring those trees into play. Make it a low ceiling on your putt.
Even better effort coming from Gannon, setting up for the short range birdie.
Tough shot for a player that likes to use a lot of angle. Owen goes OB.
And Ravens found the line. Not a problem. Raven is going to be closest to the pin. Hanley tees on 18.
Crosswind, right to left, so it can be very helpful to get these discs to stay safe over the water. And the height underneath that one is going to ensure that this is very safe.
This too, plenty safe for Kristen. Back with Owen after the OB tee shot. She'll be right next to the pin, but that's going to be a bogey on the 17th. Sarnin with a birdie luck. And off the top, as we're closing out here on the last few holes, which have been commercial free, brought to us by our friends over at 1010 Disc. It is crunch time. Would you say that Gannon was crunching on a birdie there? Is that how you'd use that?
Yeah, totally.
Good.
But what I'm thinking of as we head down to these last few holes, just I love that there's a short birdieable hole to finish off the round, but then we see what happened to Owen. You know, one little slip, missing the line, sends you OB, or even going long and going OB on this one. Still a lot of pressure on a very short hole. One of the last few holes of our tournament this week. So it provides a ton of drama, even though it's one of the easiest holes on the course. Rebecca was able to bring it up, her next shot up closer to that OB line, but she was still having to throw over the water and nails it this time.
And if you're just catching up with the action here, we'll recap some of the highlights that we've seen during round one today, including Hannah Wynn getting things started very early as she hits on hole number 9. That was for birdie. Kept a clean scorecard all the way to the 14th. Missy Gannon on hole number 2, playing to the original pin position. Not a problem collecting the birdie. Owen Scoggins, the standstill, short and straddle, but from circle 2, and she connects, picking up the birdie on 8. Just missing the tree. Finding bullseye is Holland Hanley on the 12th.
Okay, thank you, goalkeeper. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Rebecca Cox trying to close out. A par would have pretty much secured her on the lead card, and instead she's going to finish with the bogey, but that keeps her on the chase card. So we'll see some of Rebecca Cox tomorrow. Kristen with her second.
You have to be strategic in where you place a second shot.
And you don't want to land there. 5 more feet would have been so much more beneficial to her. We'll see how aggressive she is during her third, and if she can close out, try to get to 2 under on the day. like lead and chase will likely consist of all of our under par scores, par or better, so to speak. A couple of our big arms throwing, shooting one over. I saw Ella Hansen, Ellie Midling. And if what history has told us that you're looking at 1,000 rated golfer better if you want to win at the Preserve. And we see what it's taken over these last couple of years. Missy shooting an even 1,000 for the weekend. Katrina Allen the year before, 1,006. Pierce, who's won twice. Between those two wins, she still averaged over 1,000. And Kristen shooting 1,000 when she took down her first Preserve championship. She's been here twice and has won one of those 2 times. Looking for her second.
Or like you get stuck with your fingers. I had that. I'm like, oh, well. All right, I guess there's water right here. All right.
And Missy Gannon ready to go. And Grant Zellner's out there on the ground. Grant, tell us what you're seeing from the tee of 18.
I am on my way toward 18, looking back from near the green. And am not able to give you guys an accurate read on these tee shots. I'll be able to get back to you in just a few moments.
Grant's been hustling around. We appreciate it, as I know you're just over near the interview station, and maybe production forgot we're talking 942 feet back to this tee. Safe shot coming from Klein.
These tee shots, they're throwing about 300 feet or so to get over the water, just to make sure that their tee shots are landing safe. I feel like things really get tricky after this tee shot. This is nice from Silva. Keeps it more straight than we've seen other players. And really, regardless of how far that you throw or how far to the right that you keep this disc, everyone is throwing up to that sand trap, that layup zone. But the more left you go, the longer you're going to make that layup. And it's really all setting yourself up for that third shot down the hill to the basket. And you want to have a good visual. So anything more to the left or past this sand trap is going to give you a better look to what you have in store for the third shot. And Holland's going to be short in that sand trap. Again, these aren't marked as hazards or OB. It just makes footing very challenging, especially if you need a little bit of run up, like we'll see here from Kristen.
Yeah, it's so easy to slip or not find the exact height, and this looks to be a little low coming from Kristen.
And you just know that your feet are going to sink into that sand as you're trying to get power. So you need to think more about how can I create more arm speed and more power from my upper body, because you know your lower body is going to have to deal with that sand.
Holcomb also right on the edge of the bunker. She'll take an abbreviated run up, as you're just talking about. Maybe forehand opportunity pays off here when you're used to throwing a forehand, not relying on your legs as much, even though she is going to be safe after a little wipeout.
And we did find out that her hat animal clipped onto her hat does have a name, Octavia, the emotional support octopus. Everyone needs a little help out there.
Certainly, and I was just thinking moments ago how the Gilpins, Andrew and Sarah Gilpin, doing double duty, both Andrew and Sarah out there caddying for different players today. Sarah is on the bag for Kristen, and just saw Andrew a few moments ago as well. Might have been out there for Rebecca or someone, but the fact that they're in town and both caddying in these conditions as pro players themselves, that's a great help to their competitors.
Well, yeah, as long as I'm not sober. I cannot bird it. Just gonna lay out
Talking about her strategy.
It seems like this year we're seeing so many players finding this tall grass off of their tee shots, and they're having to run up through the tall grass, find that footing again that we're talking about, how it could be so crucial to creating power behind your throw.
Yeah, I think so.
Right in the sand trap.
That may have been within a few feet of exactly where we saw Kristen throwing from. It looks like there was some disrupted sand there, and it looks like she was in that same spot.
So these third shots are about 300 feet from the top of the hill all the way down to the basket. So if you don't have the full power, the full run up, you can still get there if you can execute the line.
Oh! It was on it. Oh, it was on it.
Kristen attempting to close out with a birdie. Deep in circle two. So we'll see her on the chase card tomorrow. Could be as many as 7 behind our leader, Holland. Doesn't seem to have the right footing. Whether Holland were to make that or not, she was going to be on the chase card. She had a chance to get to 3 under where Hannah Wynn is. However, Hannah Wynn comes in with a lower PDGA number. So the stroke obviously matters, but it wouldn't have mattered in terms of getting her onto the lead card for tomorrow.
And I wasn't sure if that score by Hannah Wynn was going to hold on.
But I called it, didn't I?
I don't know. I forgot. But, you know, seeing what the players have had to deal with all day, the front is easy compared to the middle part and the final part of this round. And I was just seen the frustration continue to build for Holland with another miss. Complete air ball.
Kristen from short range, and she'll clean up. I think back to hole 15 where Holland, I think, was dealing with more wind on the 15th, but when she was lining up that putt and then missed a relatively short one very low. And now on the 18th, the putter lets her down again. So she'll finish with 2 bogeys in the last 3 holes. Hanley, who we haven't seen take any positions outside the top 5 at a tournament this year, starts out with a very slow opening round. It's going to be just 1 under.
Ooh, when the wind really drops it. Red flag. So I said they're throwing about 300 feet down to the basket, but they have to land it within circle 2, basically. There is OB surrounding the pin on either side and beyond.
Missy double checking the footing. I know we've talked about it quite a bit, but that's exactly what this sand trap or bunker provides, is just that slight uncertainty. When you're going for your run up, you push down maybe a little bit harder. Next thing you know, your foot kind of slides from underneath you, or it gives away, and you release it early, or you pull it, you hold on to it too late. Lots of things can happen here. We haven't seen any major mistakes, but I love watching Missy be certain of her footing. She's hit her line. Does she have the right power? Somewhat short, but she'll take it. Thinking worst case scenario, a par, which would give her a 1-stroke lead going into tomorrow.
Owen wants to make sure that she's getting it even with the basket, throwing it far enough so she can avoid that sand trap. This is where the OB tightens up on the right side and she stays safe. It's going to be some interesting footing, balancing on the edge of that sand trap.
Standstill from Sarnen will set her up for a bogey look.
Not only does that sand trap make the footing challenging to try and get that push off with your back foot, but the fact that it's lower than the basket. So if you do land too short in that sand trap, you're having to throw over the sand trap, and you can almost, at some points, you can barely see the basket, what you're trying to aim for. So where Silva landed in the sand trap is probably the best of the scenarios. She's going to be actually higher than the basket and putting down, but she can see the pin from where she is and give it a better run.
Well, with his height, he's always got the best perspectives. That's Grant Zellner. Grant, any parting shots here on the 18th before we let you go for the round?
You know, guys, the weather could have been a lot worse than it was. It was certainly present and a challenge, but it could have been worse. Scoring was about what I honestly expected overall. However, I think you and I could all agree that there are a few players that might have wanted a little bit more out of their round. So it'll be interesting to see how they bounce back tomorrow, especially if conditions are remarkably different. So looking forward to that, and also looking forward to the afternoon with you guys.
Appreciate it, Grant. Thank you very much. Hopefully you can get all dried off and ready to go for the MPO action coming up. Here's Scoggins, closes out with a long putt.
There was a point in the round today where Owen was missing putts and putting back and forth and missing those comeback putts, but she really turned it around. Hit a big putt on 11, I believe, and now finishing the round.
Raven not able to convert.
Oh, looked great, though. Looked great. Yeah, too.
A birdie gets Missy to 8 under and takes her into tomorrow with a 2-shot lead. Does she have one more solid putt in her to close out the opening round? Gannon for birdie. And not quite. So our defending champ will take a 1-stroke lead into Saturday. Solid putt from Silva. She'll fall back to 3 under, but she'll remain on the lead card. So Missy did leave a little on this. I thought she was going to be just a few feet away. Enough to at least think about in this wind. Gannon for par.
Definitely not the way we saw this round ending for Missy. She double checks the wind. And it's always that last putt that you really think about, or it hangs on a little bit longer. Overall, very solid round from Missy, an incredible start to the round, and a missed putt to finish the round that she'll want to forget, especially come Sunday.
I certainly spoke too soon. I also did think she was right next to the pin, but nonetheless, Missy Gannon, our returning champ, is going to be tied for the lead with Cadence Burge.
Oh, crap. Give me some of that more tomorrow. Okay. Well, I just didn't want it to be the least.
Crazy turn of events on just that final hole. And believe it or not, Cadence Burge, at the age of 18, has a lower PDGA number than Missy Gannon. So she'll actually have the honors tomorrow. It's maybe some semantics, but kind of crazy to see it play out. Anything that you're thinking from that round?
Yeah, it was great to see how well Missy was able to play in this weather. Last year we saw her come out shooting with a 10 down, but it was beautiful last year. And so we know the course maybe has gotten a little bit easier. You know, they've shortened up some holes, lengthened others, but for Missy to come out with a 6 under tying Cadence, you know, setting the bar at 6 under, it's a great start.
Yeah, it certainly is. 2 tied atop the leaderboard. We're going to take a quick break on the network, and we'll come back with our after show and our OTB shot of the day.
What's going on, guys? Hold My Bag just launched the greatest disc golf fantasy game in the universe.
Hold My Bag just dropped the best fantasy disc golf game the planet has ever seen.
I want to tell you guys about the newest disc golf fantasy game on the market.
One of my favorite parts is the Hold My Bag. This is something that we started doing, and it's actually a lot of fun.
So much better. Thank you.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
Your membership dollars have a huge impact on the growth of the game of disc golf. The PDGA uses membership dollars to provide and aid disc golf as it spreads across the globe. From tools like the PDGA app and Tournament Manager, services like the TD Helpline, and grant programs that support the growth of disc golf globally. Your active membership also brings you access to select member benefits, including free and discounted access to the Disc Golf Network. So sign up today, and we'll see you out on the course.
We are here with Simon Line Neutron Balance, the first mid-range in the Simon Line. If I had to compare it to an MVP disc, I would say a reactor that feels a bit more like a hex, but flies slightly more overstable than a reactor. This is a disc that could really handle anything. Windy days, forehand and backhand. I will get aces with this, I don't doubt that. The Simon Line Balance, available now.
Welcome into Tournament Central as we've concluded round 1 at the Preserve Championship. Our Innova Hot Rounds show us that Cadence Burge, along with Missy Gannon, shoot 6 under they are both 3 clear of their fellow card mates for tomorrow in Silva Saarinen and Hannah Wynn. Looking at Missy's scorecard, ultimately had 9 birdies on the round and 3 bogeys. We saw her close out on the 18th with that mid-range putt that just didn't have enough to drop in. So plenty of birdies are out there and available, Val. We can talk about scoring and maybe some of the changes that have taken place on the course, as you referenced earlier, but there's birdies to be had, even in less than ideal conditions. It's all said and done, though, a 6-under opening round, and you can play fantasy disc golf. Head on over to nextbets.com/playdgpt. You could bet on whether or not Missy Gannon finished better or worse than 3.5. And right now, she's sitting tied for first. Missy Gannon doing work in the opening round. She caught up with Grant Zellner after the round.
With Missy Gannon tied for the lead at 6 under par. Missy, I'll go ahead and dare to ask you, because of the smile on your face, the finish on 18, what's the self-talk right now?
Yeah, I mean, that was, I don't know. I don't know. There's really nothing to say. It's just missing a few coming down the stretch, most of them were for birdie, so I guess that's like, if you want to look at the positive, at least it wasn't compounding mistakes or anything like that, but turns out we were going to get, everybody else on my card was going to get a 6, and I couldn't let there be 3 6s, so I figured we'd keep it at 4 6s.
Long, grueling round, weather a factor, pace of play slow today. Saw you a couple of times kind of talking to yourself. Obviously, you have Tom to talk to as well. What was that self-talk? What were those conversations to keep you going?
Yeah, I mean, Tom and I talked about it going into today. We knew it was going to be tough out there with the conditions, and so just like keeping your expectations, pretty chill. I don't know how to describe it really. It's just like, you don't have to push for everything. Let things come to you. Just try to minimize the mistakes and keep it in bounds. I laid up a putt from circle 2 on hole 7 there at the elevated basket out in the open. It was pretty big right to left wind. So those were just those kind of decisions that I'm proud of. I really think that in these types of conditions, you have to just play golf. You can't necessarily just come out here and try to attack every single hole. You have to give yourself the best opportunity, but also know when to dial it back a little bit.
Missy, you're the defending champion of the event. For all of us that have no idea what it feels like to be a defending champion of anything, what kind of motivation, if any, does that put on you in terms of trying to retain the title this year after last year?
Yeah, I think, every year is a new year. I have obviously been throwing pretty well this season and finding some good success, especially recently. So yeah, I mean, it's more so just I know that I play well out here, so that's probably the only confidence it really gives me. I'm not thinking about like having to repeat or do anything like that, but yeah, just trying to play the best that I can and throw each hole and focus on every shot, and not really think about expectations or think about the results. Just go out there and play.
Any adjustments going into tomorrow, knowing the weather may be different, or just knowing you might want to change up any strategies?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite different tomorrow. I'm hoping. I don't know about the rain, but certainly the wind should be down as far as I've seen. And yeah, it might be a little bit closer to what I practiced in. So maybe a couple of different choices off the tee, but still pretty simple game plan.
Missy Gannon out in front with Cadence Burge, well positioned after day 1 at the Preserve.
Thank you.
And we can take a look back at some of the successes Missy had out there today, including this great tee shot on hole number 2. She would go just left, hole 3. She would go just left of the pin, but would go on to convert.
Missy was so accurate with her drives today, and there's a lot of holes that are reachable if you can throw a good drive, and she was just hitting them so perfectly, and we know how much wind they had to deal with all day long. So that can make hitting those angles very challenging. 17, she just nestles it close. Really great round from Missy, and consistent is how I would describe her this year.
Yeah, and although the fairways are a little bit larger here than at some of the other courses we've seen this year, Missy Gannon comes into this tournament 4th in the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings in terms of fairways hit. And it's just marginally in 4th. She's right behind the top 3 players, but she's proving it out here today. She knows that she's playing well, and I really, really love how she acknowledges that she has to play smart at some times, and sometimes that means backing off. She talked about that putt on hole number 7 and just saying, hey, I'm okay with it. I don't need to force anything. And that was one of my favorite moments. It sounds so silly to say, how could a layup be your favorite moment? But just it's something that does stand out to me, that she's out there playing golf, and she's playing like the veteran she is.
Yeah, and there's a lot of thinking and strategy on this course, whether it's a tricky green or having to think about, the rain or, your grip or what the wind is doing. So it was, I'm sure, a tiring round for these players, and having to think about each and every shot and how they can strategize how to score the best they can.
Well, we'll see how Cadence Burge can take to the course tomorrow. She obviously also had a really good round. She just had the one blemish out there with the double bogey, but she seemed to be getting it done more so with her putter as opposed to maybe what we saw in terms of the phenomenal driving from Missy. And I speak of that putter here on hole number 8. That was from circle 2.
That was the most memorable putt for me of the entire day. That's the shot of the day. And similar distance right here on 11 makes the birdie.
Then just closing out on hole 18. Again, very different tale, because I think about Cadence and that 3 for 4 circle 2 putting connection that she had today. No problems picking up birdies. She had 2 different turkeys out there, 1 through 3, and then off to the great start. And then 6, 7, and 8. Just got to get through hole number 14 is really what we're looking at. Well, with that, we have to start talking about our OTB shot of the day. You just called for the putt. I can appreciate. Would I be the biggest idiot in the world to call the layup? Oh, yeah, probably. The shot of the day.
That shot. I mean,
I liked it. It wasn't shot of the day, but I definitely liked it. What else stood out to you, if anything else, by anyone?
Those drives from Missy.
Yeah.
I think hole 8, the drive on hole 8 for her just to park it after we saw some other players get in trouble with the wind and having the wind affect their shots. So Missy's drive on 8 or Cadence putt on 8. I think those are 2 great shots.
It maybe didn't jump out as massively memorable, but I think about someone like Kristen with her approach on 10 to set her up for the only birdie of the entire division. That one, to me, I just thought it was unique, and to go out and get the birdie required 2 great shots. To get up onto that platform, as you were mentioning, is so difficult to do. But we'll see what they say. This is our first of the weekend, our OTB, only the best shot of the day. Let's take a look. Oh, it is a putt, and it's a nice long one as well. This time, though, from Silva Saarinen. Well deserved. Enthusiasm, contagious. As she gets it to fall in from that right side chain. Even that eyebrow raise, maybe thinking that was high right, but I'll take it. And that's exactly what you need to do out here. That is all for round 1 this afternoon. We're going to have the MPO kicking off their round 1, 3 o'clock Central. We know you're going to be here for it. For Valerie Jenkins, along with Grant Zellner on the ground, I'm Terry Miller, and we'll see you this afternoon.